Alright, took a bit of a break, enjoyed another game for a bit, wrapped up that story. It's Destiny 2, the final shape. Wow. Congrats again to the World First team. And everyone getting a chance to stick it to the witness. Speaking of sticking it to people, good news, Niran. Thancred and Eorzea have finished the tour of Garlemald and are on the way back here as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything from the tower on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see what they have to say, eh? Ah, a welcoming party. You didn't even gone through all the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy as enough as of late. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit must go to Amal'jaa, Graha, and Niran. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, has all been has it all been tales of triumph? Just as we are taking a step forward to finally adjusting the primal thread, a pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that you're one Eorzea short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried, and I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Raban and the others on how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you would do the same for us? Indeed. It was just as Lee said. Worse, in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Never and the third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital had been plunged into deathly silence with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold, but like something from a nightmare. According to Eorzea, certain aspects of the design were clearly devised in the manipulation of ether in their mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet as unnerving as the edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It's almost as if they were possessed, or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, be sure to save some for Eorzea, which reminds me I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers, and he requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be worried from your mission. No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back. I'm keen to getting to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. As I promised Kryl, we need not all attend. Very well. I suggest the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Eorzea before the meeting. Oh, what am I doing? I could just teleport. Alamigo quarter. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened I am to see you all hale and whole, as we are to see you safely return from your mission, Eorzea. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, well, if it has an alpha known as a merry band, whoever's speaking. Oh, Arnvald. Arnvald, whatever are you doing here? Well, we last spoke. I can't speak today. I could speak fine earlier, but today I just lost my ability to speak. When we spoke via link pal, you told me you were away on a mission. And who's to say that this isn't my part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. Thought you'd have grown a bit taller after the whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. May I remind you that we elves are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great orc such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I outgrew my boyish proportions, though Moonbreeder towered over me nonetheless. Arnvald brings out the best in Alphinaud, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease with each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here? Oh, for Dolan mostly. You go a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait. Does this have something to do with the towers? Yeah, we'll give you that impression. Actually, tell me later. I've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright? If Fordola is going with him, then that must mean... my apologies. As Arnvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. How much water do I have? Not much. Probably should have filled this before I started.
Ere we begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. There's no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlean.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlean.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amal'jaa, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telopheroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamolva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fordola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
Tsundere.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlean slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telopheroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlean. Killed for Garlean. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Fist bump. Fuck yeah. Bros.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amal'jaa will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh? It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I'll still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Oh, hold on, I got a call.
Oh, bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. Oh, I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Oh?
And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Alright, Tataru just filled me in. She told me about Bahamut, and he's heading to Ishgard.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Of course it's raining. So Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope that it'll keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we're relatively new to the place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces, squares and the markets and whatnot. You and Nir can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think we shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufactory. Perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may well know the news of our friend's return. Oh, I'm going in the wrong direction. It's this way. Guarded by Firmalbird. Good morrow to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Emmerich sent word that you would be attending a meeting in Alamigo. So I gather you have not come in search of him. Do what to you the pleasure of your visit then? Actually, I'm looking for Estinian. I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But I expect you remember, he is wont to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Emmerich, only to find him absent. In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. That's one of your companions is fair-bedded. Do.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence.
Hello, Estinian.
Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino. Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Ugh! Had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Oh, he's going to
think
fanboy.
the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Oh, he's so fucking cute.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long. No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again.
Darn tune, or Alize will have your head.
What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time.
Oh, come now, wasn't that bad.
You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Well, you can't keep him forever to yourself, you know.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azizla.
Oh?
Azizla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
His sister.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azizla, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Interesting.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azizla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less... blunt?
Oh, well, that was fast. It's been quite some time since I last set foot in Azizla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently, and I suppose a chance to meet with Tiamat during your visit. Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Niran is the person to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say it helped that I had Midgard somewhere to introduce me. Ah, yes, you are a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragonstone War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man in another age. Which to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance, and asked her as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut. Nigog is a part of me, feels emotions as my own, and I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Tiamat awaits this way. Do 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 do.
Edgin Elfin, Wafesk les non in.
My sire's mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Alright, so bad stuff's going down. This guy Telopheroi, he's somehow using a mockery of Bahamut called Lunar Bahamut. We thought you might know something of this. That my sins should be repeated. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The icon who claimed their souls when he first manifested, and robbed of their will, they became tools for the Allagan's dark designs.
I've seen it with my own eyes. Captives of a lost empire, neither alive nor dead, existing only to preserve Bahamut's corporeal form.
Yes, the dragons of Mericidia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation.
Ash and I die by now.
Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness.
Ten es an est in, est I an kin antun, u es I, ines, tu in, I now.
Again you would profane the memory of my beloved, and strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
Snosk anta in
What wouldst thou have from me, slayer of dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Santalan infan antosk. Goes rent on.
Were I free, I would answer thine insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice.
Ale o esk an in. Ale cum ac in.
Recall, mortals, that it was I who first summoned my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contend with icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequences.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Es snoska dramon king. Nestra in illes nesh and ala.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we, the First Brood, wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price.
Unmik nalstra ul antal small.
But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my shackles. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speakest thou in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Sahaban, Setso, Kin Bahamut,
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring about her destruction. This I cannot allow, for the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and to all who have suffered for my sins. I shall fight with you, children of man. While poultices have been shown to be effective in curing the temper, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Allegans kept detailed records on all notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. I know Alphino and Nero here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Stenian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all. I sounded like Alphino for a sec. Ready to give my all for the sake of the star, though it is not the only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair, and I well understand how hard it can be to dare dream of escape. It took encouragement of braver souls than I to make sure the first step towards a brighter future, and now I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataro's famous tea? And be indebted to her for some leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Running swiftly to the task at hand, then. I'll leave the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints located in a sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes. We are familiar with it. The Ethnochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to have this. A spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just so happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose it could seem rather odd to explain Rambrose, Eorzea, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in transfers not only memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. So I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to unrestricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And armed with the spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. Seems worth a try, at least. Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then. Let us split up and search the flagship for a node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. Not to accidentally release to some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat in her current state. Our objective at this stage is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned we can proceed, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. Whoops. Of course I have it. You're not supposed to be here. Bzz, friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing the critical levels. Please replace damage towards a retreat to a safe distance. I guess not that one. Data link with Delta Culture broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units proceed. No. Bloop bloop. Warning. Schedule dragon restraint maintenance in due. Due in negative 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. Found it. I'm afraid Esteni and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did. A note which smelled like burning hair. Yeah, a true note spontaneously warning me about neglecting the dragon restraints. I found a way to activate mechanical sentries if that helps. No. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it's indeed a note of which Graha spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let's take a closer look. Bloop. Do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Bloop. You do not have requisite access privilege. Operation of dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologists and members of the royal family. All those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. Wait, hold on, what did it say? One never knows when a small portion of royal elegant blood might come in handy. Which is why Graha keeps his vessel about his person. Okay, scan this. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified. Member of the royal family. Please state your name. Naren Lucifarius. Boop. Welcome, Naren Lucifarius. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Bloop bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of specimen Tiamat. A system update is required. A system update? What do you suppose it's asking us? I could hazard a guess. Well, it's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Boop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has reached the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating PlayStation protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying, but I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without. Bleep bloop. Bloop bleep. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Let's see. According to the terminal, the central system control is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Bleep bloop, warning, errors detected within data management system. Estimated time required for update, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather long than we were hoping. Are there any other options, for instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead? Boop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it will change all that much, as long as we pay attention, due attention to any discrepancies. I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain, just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl when I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may have yet use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return to Grahatia once this is over. A little more work and Tiamat will be free. Before we go any further, there was something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Elegant Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. It was the same in Ishgard when they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. Although the Ascians touched their ass, and thus you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. So I ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? Will you try and reach out to him too? Certainly. Throw up that smile off his face. Rather put my lance through his heart and be done with it. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. See the good in people, but in turn, even if it be but the faintest glimmer, I only hope that you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think this is wise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. This has never been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. There may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship, only that you wish you were dealt a killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, I should be getting back to our task. If Alphinaud has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others. Shortcut. Said he told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. I take it from Alphinaud's evidence that he's needed elsewhere. Yep. I'll be working the terminal as we deal with things here. Well, that sounds rather frustrating, but you got it there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Garlean and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirmed that her ethereal bounds linked strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all things being equal, the treatment should work. the difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will never be required if we are to reverse the effects of tempering completely. Meaning I'll need all the ether I can get. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, Tiamat shows no signs of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now that you mention it, it very well might, should she not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time we put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints, to restrain the restraints' ethereal dampness. I'm counting on you, Angelo. Ah, such warmth, the frost that shrouded my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with men of Allag. Where do such baleful memories return to me now? Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we might be able to speed her recovery. Niran, she trusts you, so speak to her. Ask her to tell you times past. Tell me of your war with the men of Allag. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures. Not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mericidia, our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in such place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean we discovered a lush and fertile land, begun to known as Mericidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees, surrounded by nature's bounties. Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young. Fascinating, this correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Rurusha. She tells us that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When the first children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in the places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind, and they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as days went by, ship after ship arrived upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. Soon they began to cover the territory of their fellows. Ere long man fought man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see the end to the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they treated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of man, the land knew peace once more. Alas, the golden days of harmony too were fated to end, for the men of Allag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't have to end there. When you are free, we'll rid the world of Ascians together. You and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above if the treatment fails. If the treatment fails, run. Ugh, thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over... Keep going, Amal'jaa. The magic's working. Well, I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close. I can feel it. I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give. With yours and Graha's, this will work. Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say you may take as much as you require. Careful, might hold you to that. Right, here we go. Porksy beam.
No. I'm almost there.
Every last ounce.
This is it, Angelo!
Yes. I feel it. The icon script growth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Ernestinian, give the signal. Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children.
Slosk an all fall kail an. Slosk saith so in an.
Should you hearken unto my call, we shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than live as a tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know, and I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
Look at her, new character model. Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise.
By the gods!
Eorzea, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amal'jaa settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first, before we face demands no less. I've already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ul'dah at the Hall of Flames. Let's collect Alphino and be on our way. Right. Now, I know some of you could do with the rest, but I'm sorry to say that the Telopheroi have other plans. Pagalthan is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Tarupin at the head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was certain how the Sultanate will respond. It's good to hear that Ul'dah has not abandoned the Amal'jaa. Abandon them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Whoever spoke... Oh. Hey, Papa Sean. Your Grace. Marshal Tarupin has made provisions for such contingency and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor is Ul'dah alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagalthan. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall sorely be tested, for we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured, but not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite the proximity of Lunar Bahamut, none of the Amal'jaa show any signs of tempering. Strange. What a primal would turn down a chance to claim its new thralls? unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, asking or otherwise. It may well be that Luna Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him, and Nir and the others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Luna Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe with whom our soldiers will struggle to best with their near force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe that they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you're ready to take the field. An airship waits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces till next we meet. May the 12 bless and keep you. It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requested. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fodula and Pagathon on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed, to the airship then. Oh, it's Nash. Nashimir. Probably AFK. You're a guy. Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart from Pagathon at once. I should probably spend these. Because soon when DawnTrail comes, go bye-bye. Ugh. Why is everyone looking at me? I really hope it pops in 5 minutes. This is a dungeon that a lot of people do for loot. Wait a second. Papoto artist. Blacklist. Yeah, not this one. Give it another couple minutes, but... Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Ba da 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 da. Okay. If it hits 8 minutes and it doesn't pop, I'm going in with trust. Okay. Gonna go cancel. Well, I don't have to go cancel. I can just go right here. Party of NPCs.
Our fates are not yet
I stand
sealed.
ever ready.
It's my turn. Okay. I'm gonna withdraw, game. It'd be a real shame if I hit withdraw and you pop the queue. Like right now. Okay.
I stand ever ready.
Victory will be ours.
Oh, he's in the healer role.
I stand ever ready.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Let's give it our all.
No.
I stand ever ready.
I'll go with my cats and my walking thesaurus. Ashen vermin, you shall torment my children no longer. Let's go. What's today's date? No, I missed it. I forgot. I forgot. I'm gonna hang on to it so I can apologize. The seat of the Amal'jaa Tower doth lie beyond this valley. Oh, the dragons are saying glory be. Oh, I probably could have saved them. Note to self, next time we run dungeon, break barrier.
Gloves are off.
The kobolds. Why don't you guys throw some bombs or something? Kobold, no! Well, they're here to help, but they're grossly outmatched. Thank you, Overdweller. Let me show you the way. The way forward is clear. A Maraselian dragon? I think that answers the question of how they summoned Bahamut.
Thy time has not yet come.
Eorzea running up to slap a dragon. Ow. Hey, how come they don't have vault stacks? Damn.
This is going to leave a mark. I will end this farce.
In death may you find the peace you were denied in life. Must proceed with caution if we have to slip through the enemy's front line. Is that the Azure Dragoon?
So long?
Oh, you know, fighting stuff.
The Amal'jaa are in trouble. Let's split up.
Let us follow Tiamat and Eorzea. It's our Estinian's lead. No. Oh, let's get some help. Our presence is yet required in the city. Fighting with Lucia and Embark. Haven't done that since Gimlet. Man, these guys are sturdy. Then again, this is the last dungeon. just see to the wounded. You are needed elsewhere. Yay, more accessories.
Oh, no, you don't.
Ooh, nice one, Estinian. Bye, Estinian. There's no time to lose. To the valley. My poor children, I shall free thee from thy pain. Uh-oh. That's not good. I see that a message has been sent, but I cannot see the message. One sec. A quick refresh ought to fix that. And never mind. You would lend us your aid, then let us crush this accursed war machine. A mobile fortress, so it is more than mere rumor. Let's hold the ground until the defenses are broken. Fortress Casardium. Uh-oh.
Allow me.
Once the way is clear, strike at the enemy's heart.
This is going to leave a mark.
Bah! dun.
Allow me.
Can the cannon stop firing for at least 1 minute? So I'm not running all across the fight.
Stubborn.
This is going to leave a mark.
I shall protect thee.
You fight well, our brother will hear of your brave deeds. The enemy's assault has been, the city has been thwarted. Ooh, the Helm of Maiming. Oh, I can wear it. Oh my god, I can wear it. I didn't know I could wear this. Oh my god. Dun, 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 dun. I will call unto my children. The icon waves in the heavens. My children shall bear thee to him. Surely teleportation magic presented a safer alternative. Ah, shut up, this thing. Get on the dragon. To awful friend, I should make such a perilous journey again. Ow! Oh no, Astinian and Tiamat. Dun 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 dun. No sign of the Ossian. Let's see if I remember how to do this fight. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, ow.
Allow me. Allow me.
Yeah, defeated it is the fake Bahamut. Ooh, chess piece of striking. Nice. Efforts may have helped Arnvald and Fodolva escape. Hopefully Tiamat's wounds are not too severe. Amal'jaa will not soon forget this day. The kobolds certainly know how to handle themselves. Allies steered well clear of the tower for good reason. Unless we've seen a Bahamut. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta let the dogs outside. Uh-oh. Alright, there. Dogs are back inside and I can continue. Leave the duty, please. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt.
Antal an in Aistor. Antal afa snalosk ash an dran mira
By your deeds are we set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of Ascians. This I vow. Go now. I know you have allies here, mighty dragon.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more. Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We would be proud to call you allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury. I shall see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amal'jaa.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier inside Pagathon's tower.
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now.
you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
An S rank. Every mechanic is, and let me cut. Ooh, there's a lot of people here. When a lot of people or players gather, you start hearing crowd talking. Oh, someone pulled. Oh, is someone pulling to reset? I hope not. Uh-oh. Out, in. Out, in. Nice. Oh, it's a Bahamut group. Do 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 do. While it would be too much to hope that we'd seen the last of Fandaniel, we have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arnold's safe return. What quest is this? And the dust settles. How much longer do I gotta go? Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we must discuss today's events with Pippin and her grace. Brave scions! Oh, brave scions! Would that I could treat you with hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from Monastery. Your grace, whatever's the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pathalgan, they came across 2 scouts sent to the nearby tower. I've yet to hear the full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend, I believe, had been wounded and is being dragged away by the other. Oh no. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Ah! Can you tell us aught of Arenvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout. Not save that it is grave, that her urgents tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get under foot. Near is sitting. Would you mind going after Alphino? You may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that the relevant people know what to look for in place, what took place in Pathalgan. Pagathon, or Pathalgan, Pagathon. Come on then. Yeah, the alchemicus skill. The alchemist guild. That's the hosting strip. Kept saying alchemicist, but it's the alchemist. My brain got stuck between both alchemist and alchemist. Sounds like I'm saying the same thing, but I assure you I am not. It's like read and read. Another one come to see the lad in silver armor. Master Delamanon is attending them as we speak. If you'd be so kind as to wait. What did Master Delamanon say? Tell me his exact words. Enough, Alphino. This isn't helping. But you're right. Forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvald, I was afraid that something like this might happen. But now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered? Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! Oh, you need to grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. But the world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better, and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There's nothing more I can do here. Come, let us rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the fragrant chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? We will.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvold. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we would share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordola's account.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit. Or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandaniel would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telopheroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason that the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telopheroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You need only tell me where they are, Your Grace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amal'jaa have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause. It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Pagalfan. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. Agreed. And that includes you, you, Alphino. Arnold is in good hands here. Of course, he would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let's retire then, that we might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If we're all in agreement, then I shall let Kryle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging at the time available. It'd be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him, and thank you, I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she is keen to discuss. One of which concerns you, Estinian, believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you were avoiding that Valdesian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Dirt.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings, and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophoroi's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Sharlayan.
'Tis possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Sharlayan's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Sharlayan's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter. Urgent as it seemed, I took the liberty of petitioning the Alliance for leave to act as Eorzea's emissary, and have since received their blessing.
I presume your role as a student of Baldessian will carry some weight with the Forum?
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Sharlayan at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing. A topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola. We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
I heard a voice, but it didn't speak directly to me in the Crystarium, so near the end of the Dragonsong War.
When you regained her blessing, was it not? But never since. Not in all your time in the first, when you faced the Unsundered, the very heart of Zodiark.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I am able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through Reen. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again. Will you join us?
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. You are idealistic to a fault. But I know you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo. You inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you, and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. A forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Well, does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
You are unwise to remind me of so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all. Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
Well, it looks like I'm going to have Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Ugh. Thankr's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do. When it comes to putting down primals, nobody does it better than us. Well, than you lot, more accurately. You won't catch me trading blows with the primal in the near future. But for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to be arranged, bats to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the silence who are sliping them, like poor Arnvald. I wish there was something we could do for him, but we'll just have to settle for the saying the odd prayer and keeping a roof over our heads. It wouldn't do to have him come back to complete shambles, now would it? But that's my rambling. Off you go, get some rest. If there are any developments, I'll promise you'll be the first to know. Ah, Naren, you're looking well. I think you managed to squeeze in some rest. You come looking for tidings from Kryl. I'm afraid we're still waiting, but we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has the situation well in hand, thanks in no small part to Hoary Boulder and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the beast tribes are going even better than expected. Encouraged by Udal's progress with the Amal'jaa, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. Which is obviously very encouraging, but with the Telopheroi still out there, it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask on what's on the agenda? So the Alliance would bring all the beast tribes into the fold a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. To arrange such a meeting must have taken quite the undertaking, not only diplomatically, but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we'd be honored to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Did anyone understand a thing he said? Nope. No. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and your Stola lead our contingent. Given how long you have worked to end summoning, it's only right that you be present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we all played our part in the little endeavor, don't you, Niran? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do quite agree. But by your leave, I believe I shall remain here and lend what assistance I can to coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Embark will be there and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then, while those in mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, let's just the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? We expect you some views to arrive. All of leaders are present. Oh, the elders.
Esteemed guests, you honor us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Ah! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merlwyb truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'shtola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
What is it, Shorewalker? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky will have gills, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future, as allies united in purpose.
I like his hat. It's got Titan on it.
Ah! Make mock of the Ixal, the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets, pits brother against brother. Free them from his grasp, we shall.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share, that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Minfilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more Porksies. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, There is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telopheroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amal'jaa would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
I would call it, one moment please. Nah. I would call it the Grand Company of Eorzea.
But that's the name I give.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now that we are earshot of the delegates, I hope you'll forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day since the moment I set first foot upon these shores, and that I was heartened as anyone to see the people pledge their solidarity. Yet even as they uttered their declarations, I could not help but think about what's the conflict to come, the sacrifices that we made and the lives lost, inevitabilities that I still struggle to accept. But now at least there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eorzea is the first step. The first of many. Many and more. Ah. Of the Cecia, how may we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbors, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weathered eye upon the crystal trade, better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they have cultivated relations not only with the city-states, but many other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we make use of the Sylphs' established lines of communications to coordinate our efforts on new fellowship. Yet there remain certain practical differences between Trade Consortium and Grand Company. If the Sylphs have performed their tasks effectively, they will require a council of one versed in operational aspects of armed force. An armed force founded with the self-same goal in mind, no less. The Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud. I know it was a painful chapter in your life, but the experience may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted the course for the Crystal Braves, which stretches far beyond the Order's initial conception. One intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eorzea. My plans all came to naught. Built upon frail foundations of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. And I have no wish to see this new endeavor suffer the same fate. Mayhap I ask too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for little it is worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including the recommendations drawing on lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When your report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of the goodly soul gathered here this day, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of the Telopheroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friends. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I would like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Might you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of an excuse not to, so yes? Well, I shall be grateful for your help, grudging or not. I'll join you. If you plan to canvass the opinions of former comrades, it will be a lot quicker if we share the tasks of questioning them. Then mayhap G'raha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we should be able to provide an accurate enough account of today's events. We should be glad for your company, G'raha. I shall explain the details on the way. So, what's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I prosed is largely written. Not long after the faithful Dane Ul'dah, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, and from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to as seeking to form a similar organization. While I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its views viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be crucial. Question namely, why after the Crystal Braves were banded, some members choose to remain with us while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new Grand Company together. And that this knowledge might help us prevent from falling apart when these bonds are inevitably tested. That was my hope, yes, but the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt those who abandon the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then G'raha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, the two of you can talk to the ones who kept the faith. A fine suggestion. Have care. However, certain of my former comrades are of questionable character, so keep your wits about you and let's reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objections, I have a mind to speak with Rial and Elaine. Memory says the two of them will be attending an intelligence briefing at Castrum Orient. Let us seek them there. What am I doing? There's a crystal here. Well, look who it is, and what brings you two here. Wouldn't have anything to do with the big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I've been assigned a task, you see, for which I am required the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So, you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? Ain't an easy thing to put into words, that. As I once explained to Niran, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others, and we were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. Not a day goes by that I don't think back those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself, and I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. I need to get more water. I'll be right back. Alright. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited at the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. And in spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away, but when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but try to repay it? No, and that's what. As for my own tale, well, I always felt the Scions have something in common with me old crew. Duty of the strong is to protect the weak, and that was our creed, and I strive to live by it to this day. But as time's gone on, I've learned the strength comes from in many shapes and sizes, from Holy Bolo to Mistress Tataru. We've all got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain, because we believe there's more important things than that, things worth protecting, which is what we've been, which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, Niran, could you? Alright, can you give us your thoughts on the Crystal Braves? Well, expanding ideas was something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. For every swab who signed up for good intentions, there's another who signed up only for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and while I will never forgive Ilbert, the fact that we managed to function at all was thanks in large part to his efforts. Just a pity he was doing it for all the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say, and the Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. We might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down we've all got that shared sense of purpose. And why? Because Tutaros sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. I see. So while our ranks are composed of diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion and refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Until we meet again. How many more? Getting a little peckish. Oh, this one and then the final one. Well, I think we've taken enough of our colleagues' time. Now I'm conscious that that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let's make our way to Gridani and hear what the others have learned. Where are they? Thanks to the Tar's ever dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of former braves without any great difficulty. With some forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. There's one you have to know some of the comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek the unvarnished truth. Thank you. I will set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go ahead and join Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I will join you anon. Alright then. Hawthorne Hut. Do. Oh, welcome. Oh, wait, no, I remember now. I made him Christopher Walken. Ah, welcome. Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see you walking once again so soon after the meeting. I'm glad I remember that. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It's true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one, Kane Senna, said walking ones should be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones, so these ones will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telopheroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war, these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh, another pretty silver-haired one, and in quite a hurry it seems. Amal'jaa, you must come quickly. Whatever the matter, Alphonel? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. Yes. Besides that, what? No, a twin adder officer accosted me as I was about to set out. Sharlayan had sent an envoy who was due to arrive in Garlean at any moment. An envoy? Oh, an envoy? Could it be Kral has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough, but there is more. The envoy has requested that 2 of us attend the audience with the Aldecisia. Really? I can see why they want the Silence to be present, but us specifically... Wait. It isn't who I think it is. It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I was inquired about the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortunate Levier. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed here would be surprising enough, but him? Quite. I gleaned from this that they were taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other A98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be that he is concerned for your well-being? Perhaps. He has always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long, even if it is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder FFXIV, loath I am to cut off his short, we must return to Garlean. Pray accept my apologies along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. This one won't keep walking ones from urgent matters. Go. The audience will be held at the Lotus Stand where the Aldecisia awaits. Even now, let us be on our way. See ya, Elder. Enjoy your time, walking ones. We will be here. My friends, I thank you all for coming so swiftly. Word of Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kral's permission to request Sharlayan's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seats here. I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortunal Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuneau, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Amal'jaa will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisoix, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
He would doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlean, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine the Telopheroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphinaud is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
to ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom. It is indolence.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better.
Screw you.
By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Amal'jaa, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Amal'jaa!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
And that was the moment everyone all around put the name Fourcheneau Leveilleur on their #1 shit list. So that's what he came here to say. They're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telopheroi, and as for the rest, like it or not, this was the Forum's decision. To watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Father was but the messenger. As he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. To have prolonged the discussion would have changed little, for it is only Master Fourcheneau who must be not only Master Fourcheneau must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. Their decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. No one is like to be changed, so we shall face the Telopheroi without their aid. Forgive me, but it seems they have no intention of helping us, then why would they go to the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Why did they not simply keep the council as they are wont to do? Oh, sorry. Let me take this. Yellow. Naren, has Master Fourcheneau arrived yet? Yeah, and he's an asshole. Just as I feared, my efforts were in vain. I pleaded their case to as many Forum members as I could, but they flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I'll rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject, without exception. It was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? They must go that might go some way to explain Master Fourcheneau's performance. When you said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us, I dismissed it as pride. What if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end, and simply disagree with us about the circumstances? That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned with the Telopheroi as they claim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I'd very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Imperial Sea. Tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it appears the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. Obstructed at every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all the acknowledge, I should probably be like talking to a cup, because she's like on a speakerphone. With all the knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here, when the time is right, of course. I'm aware the matters in the Eorzea stand on knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making necessary arrangements. Oh, well, I've always wanted to visit Sharlayan.
And so you shall, albeit under less than happy circumstances. May take everything to secure entry for you, but I'll let you know when everything is in order. Look after yourselves in the meantime, won't you?
Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible that the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that exposure will prompt them to change their heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid. It falls to us alone to contend with the Telopheroi. Even with all of Eorzea standing united, there is no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Sharlayan intend to do if we fail? Probably run or hide. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There's much more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the Forum's response with my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I'll ask the Scions. Grave tidings walking. Is it? I hope it's him. Or her? It? I hope it's the cabbage. Grave tidings walking one grave. Grave tidings. Okay, it's not. Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What has occurred? These ones went to see the feather ones, and terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Retold. Destroying ones, captured ones, and even frightful godly ones. Feather ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continued on west. Feather ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West. That would be Kurthus. My lady, Guardians reported Telopheroi have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are on marching speed. Though their propose has yet to be determined. Purpose. Why do I say propose? Continental Flats would send the most likely destination. Lord Emmerich has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time has come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew upon our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let's make haste to Cartano. Wait, this one almost forgot. Destroying ones were said to be led by cackling robed one. This one must see that all walking ones know. Farewell. Fandaniel. Who else? It's only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. Once, my lady, let us be away. I'm sorry, am I confusing myself? Oh, outside the Garlean canopy. Alright, close enough. Oh, Fordola. Never. It seems Fordola has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me.
Arenvold! I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Chirurgeons say I may never walk again. Come on, Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't.
I am no hero.
That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
We carry the dreams of many, and we'll carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. But I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Albert and Owley once entrusted their dreams to me.
There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am.
I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, all right?
I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise.
Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alphino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. But I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right. If there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Tell me what happened later, but judging by the set of Alphino's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have already left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amal'jaa and Cobalt Force is also bound for Contino as we speak. We need to keep the promise they made in Alamigo, and we must do the same by saving as many Tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart, we should get going. Set that to normal. It's a cool fight.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Sharlayan, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design.
Apologize for that. I got caught and immediately had my headphones set unplugged. Gonna wait for that black bar to disappear.
And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphino?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
Gods be good, Alphino. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times. There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telopheroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the Tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
Let's do this. Listen well, friends. The Telopheroi are sweeping across Contino. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield, but has since vanished. Luckily, he intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, the movements of the lunar primals have proven difficult to predict, even when poised to ambush our troops in Silver Draw for unknown reasons. Whatever the Telopheroi may be, the primals are our primary targets. Understood. They will not elude the silence for long. Oh boy.
Yourself. Let's give it our all.
Cannot even allow ourselves to be stalled here. So they would overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I will keep them occupied. The rest of you, seek out the primals. Let us divide our forces that we may locate the primals more swiftly. Thancred, Stola, and I shall head east. I'll concentrate my efforts on the template. With luck, I should have a chance to cure some of them. Then I'll go west, near enough, and he'll come with me. Something's not right. I couldn't see what Alphinaud said. As the silence spread across the field, Amal'jaa and G'raha take the fight to the Telopheroi. You know how to red mage? No, but you're gonna learn today. There's so many of them. Won't be carrying anyone at this rate. We'll have to incapacitate them first.
Allow me.
The Terror has gone too far to treat them from here on the battlefield. With this degree of physical alteration, I fear they are beyond help. Imperials know I hate to see them in such pain. You see that the suffering is not prolonged.
Just the beginning.
Oh right, I should probably heal him.
Right behind you.
Oh, Graha, really? I can only cast for cure. Seemed to earn a moment's respite. Oh, is that Lucia fighting? Oh, there's a Sylph fighting. Oh, it is Lucia. The opportunity to kill the temple with me this way, I'll say. How do I cure? Oh, tell Angelo to do it. Bzzz. Proxy beam. You are now cured of religion. Do you see that? The glyph? Yes. However should we be? I almost forgot people are talking about communications. Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see the ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Cartano. But now that I'm here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars of the Azim Step, but on greater scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel can conjure reach to its very midst. I believe I know their purpose. Should the little primals destroy them, it would spark a chain reaction with the potential to obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption to the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, tempests large enough to lay waste to the realm. That he would go so far as to cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Is that Odin? So the time's come to pit my blade against his. Follow my lead. Do the change to me, Eorzea. It's your turn to act as a shield.
I shall protect thee. My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Duty failed. Oh, Thancred went down. I tried healing everybody. Okay, I'll just stick next to Thancred. Can I redo that fight? Duty failed. I didn't heal Thancred hard enough. He pops superbly, and I didn't benefit him. Okay. Thank you. Resume from midway, please. It's been a while since I asked, though healed. So in battle, you'll fight as Eorzea.
I shall protect thee. My turn.
May the 12 guide you.
Oh, come on, I stole it, not you too. This just bode well. We best brace ourselves. Strength. Let my guard down. That's strength will take all three of us to protect the confluence. First, Thancred doth require our aid.
Away with you!
The best defense is a good defense.
Fortunate on this occasion. But is prepared to strike again. Stay out of his reach, but guard in the confluence must come first. he yet stands glutton for punishment, it would seem. In which case, I'd be glad to oblige him. Oh god. Oh, whew, that was too close. He was ready to kill us. Meanwhile, Grahati and Amal'jaa prepare to lock swords with Luna Ravana. Want to know how to black mage? You're gonna learn today. That must be Ravana, a formidable opponent by all accounts, but so are we. Okay, I have Thunder 4, Elegant Blizzard 4, the Foul Combo, Cure, Medica 2, and Break! I probably should have started with Thunder 4. So it falls to us to protect the confluence from this fiend. Monsters of the Flame. They keep them from the confluence, but there's so many. Just casting a break should buy us time.
I have you now.
And I need my MP back. Break! Look out! Oh! Uh-oh, using Volley Fuller. Ow, 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 ow. That was a little close for comfort, but now's our chance. Really? Come on, that was it's cheating, I'm using magic. You can't counter magic. Oh, Amal'jaa's dying. Amal'jaa's dying. Amal'jaa's dying. He's gathering ether. Grawhaw, try stopping him with Break. Way of breaking his defenses, but I'll need time. Keep him occupied. Understood, and let us hope that break works as intended. Ow. Alright, I'm ready. It's now or never. Amal'jaa's attack has broken through Ravana's defenses. Whew! Much better than being with Eorzea. At the selfsame moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Estinian, resolved to lay Lunar Freed low. Lunar Freed, the one that are involved in Fordola encountered. This one's not to be taken lightly. Be on your guard. Those are the Bodilfas. Smash them to pieces before it's too late.
You're finished!
I wonder, can I get the confluence? I can. Literally of ether forms lunar nails. All of them? Foe seeks to destroy the confluence and us along with it. So it's come to this.
Roar, Nidhogg! Roar! I have you now!
We're free this weekend. Not what I was expecting. Garr.
I will not be outdone.
As long as I draw breath, I won't give in. It's time we ended this.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of you. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Garlean.
Rest now, soldier.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your heads so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker. I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
To the very end.
To the very end.
To the end we walk. Alright, unfortunately I'm skipping this. Unfortunately skipping it. As you can see, there was no cutscene. At least I think so. At least I hope I think so. At least I hope I think so. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Garlean fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be received at your convenience. You've thought of everything, Lord Emmerich. We say how much I appreciate the hospitality you afforded us on the way home. Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction, and it afforded me the opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since I last took his leave. It would seem you have finally found a place to settle down. Miller grew weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to a more serious matter, while the Telopheroi have been driven from Cartano, 'tis like the bulk of their forces yet remain. On the evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we have potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telopheroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labor. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of the lunar primals. And given our expertise in the field of aetherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formal investigations, of course, but certain secrets are wont to hide where only enterprising individuals may venture. I could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor upon whom I rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. I look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Fare you well, my friends. I confess, I'd hoped I'd be able to study the towers more closely. Vital as they are to the Telophoroi's plans, if we can discern their ultimate function, we move one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Should we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telopheroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who waits at the heart of the chaos will come for us. For you. And in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino, we need a plan, not portents. As Sacred so eloquently pointed out, we are at least in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least Sharlayan. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. While this may be related to the appearance of the Telopheroi, that remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear, the Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Fortunal's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation, I do concur heartily. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for answers we seek on the matter of the towers. Sharlayan have ever been a wellspring of aetherological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. What of you, Niran? Might you be persuaded to join us? Plot a course for Sharlayan. Here, it's time we laid bare the Telophoroi's dark designs. It appears we are in agreement. We have but to wait for crowds to secure necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By a strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. Meanwhile, in the Garlean capital, thousands of miles away.
Those Eorzeans certainly are a stubborn bunch. Though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach. The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor. And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
So, what do you see?
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It was the same in Thanalan. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically. Far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
the towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me.
Hmm?
Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes. And with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Hydaelyn?
Everything all right back there?
Yeah, just thought I heard some beast sneaking up on us. Nothing to worry about, just a frog. At solemn dawn grim purpose shines, in gazes cast towards moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise, your steps to guide what end betides. And we did it! Completed part 4 of Shadowbringers. That only leads Endwalker part 1, 2, and to wrap up the Eden raids, which I can do tomorrow. Until then, good night everyone.